Samsaradava Manalidayoga Manayakarunya Ganaganatva Samsaradava One day Shastri Srimad, His Divine Grace, Abhacharnavinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Samsabhacharya Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Vishnupad Paramam Sapavirajikacharya Stotra Sata Shri Srimad, His Divine Grace Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur ki Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrind Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Sham Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan Vrindavan Mayapur Dham ki jai, Jagannath Puri Ayodhya Dham ki jai, Dwarkapuri Mathura Dham ki jai, Ganga Maya ki jai, Yamuna Maya ki jai, Tulsi Maharani ki jai, Bhakti Devi ki jai, Samaveta Bhaktavind ki jai, Jainitai Gaur Premanande, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga, all glories to Shri Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Therefore, it's called Bhaktivedanta Manor. I want to welcome everyone for the morning program. So today is Monday, 13th of June 2022, and this morning's Srimad Bhagavatam class will be given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. This evening's Bhagavad Gita class will be given by Her Grace Ananda Shri Mataji. So we continue reading from Srila Prabhupada's Shikshamrita in a letter to Hayagriva Prabhu on 18th November 1968. Prabhupada says, I'm so pleased that you're feeling for me and listening to my old tapes with pleasure. As you're remembering our old meeting days on the 2nd Avenue, when I first started my lectures there. Similarly, I also remember the incidents and speak to so many friends and disciples. So our meeting was Krishna's desire. Apparently it was quite accidental, but actually it was Krishna's plan. So we should always remember this plan of Krishna and must continue to work jointly for advancement of Krishna consciousness movement in this part of the world. I shall always pray to Krishna to give you more and more strength and confidence in this great responsibility, as I shall pray for your long life to execute this mission. Srila Prabhupada Ki Srimati Tulsi Maharani Ki Shri Vindaye Tulsi Devya Priyai Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Sarvataye Namo Namaha Vindaye Tulsi Devya Priyai Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Sarvataye Namo Namaha Vindaye Tulsi Devya Priyai Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Sarvataye Namo Namaha
Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Prayasi Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Prayasi Namo Namaha Radha Krishna Seva Pavo Sakhi Anubhata Kora Srimati Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki Shri Vrindaya Tulasi Devyaya Priyaye Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Paradevi Satyavate Namo Namaha Vrindaya Tulasi Devyaya Priyaye Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Paradevi Satyavate Namo Namaha Vrindaya Tulasi Devyaya Priyaye Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Paradevi Satyavate Namo Namaha Srimati Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki Jai.
Now, let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnavas and devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone, just like desire trees, and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Srinadapi Sunichena Tarorapi Sarishnuna Avalila Manadena Kirtaniya Sadari. Once you chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street, one should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offenses to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who dedicated their lives for propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, Karma Kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy names. And 10. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names, and to maintain material attachments even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prem! Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki Jai.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna
Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Shri Shyam, Jai Shri Bhaktivedanta Manor.
Jai Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radhe Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman
Go Charana Patna Kevara Bhagati Sadma Bando Mui Savadana Mate Prasadeva Eva Toriada Jahara Prasadeva Eva Toriada Krishna Prati Hoja Hote Krishna Prati Hoja Hote Gurumukha Padma Bhakya Vitete Koriya Kya Gurumukha Padma Bhakya Vitete Koriya Kya Arana Kori Homane Asha Arana Kori Homane Asha Guru Charane Rati Ekse Uttama Gati Sri Guru Charane Rati Ekse Uttama Gati Pasade pure salva asha Pasade pure salva asha Sakudan dilo se jane jane prabhu se Sakudan dilo se jane jane prabhu se Vidya gyan nirte prakashito Vidya gyan nirte prakashito Sindhu Ada Mada Nara Bandhu Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Ada Mada Nara Bandhu Lokana Lokera Divana Lokana Lokera Divana Aha Prabhu Koro Daya Deho Kore Pada Jaya Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prasarine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Goranita, Jaya Goranita, Goranita, Jaya Goranita. Jai Gora Haribo, 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 Nittai Gora Haribo. Nittai Gora Haribo, 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 Nittai Gora Haribo.
Hamsa Parivrajakacharya Astotara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada.
प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद से अद्वैत गदाधर शिवास आदि गौर भक्तवृंद श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गो गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरिवर्धन की जय, वृंदावन धाम की जय, नवद्वीप धाम की जय, स्वामी तो भक्तवृंद की जय, गंगा माई की जय, जमुना माई की जय, तुलसी देवी की जय, भक्ति देवी की जय, स्वामी तो भक्तवृंद की जय. All glories to the Assembly. All glories to the Assembly. Thank you very much.
Vasudevaya.
Hare Krishna. So today's class is from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 5, Chapter 5, Text 33, so 5.5.33, and it was given in Vrindavan on 20th of November, 1976.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Tasya Purisha Surabhi Saugandhya Vayus Tam Desham Dashayojanam Samantat Surabhing Chakara Tasyaha yah Purisha Surabhi Saugandhya Vayus Tang Desham Dashayojanam Samantat Surabhing Chakara
तस्य हि यः पुरीशा सुरभि सौगन्ध्यवायुस्तं देशं दशयोजनं समन्तात् सुरभिं चकार
तस्याः यः पुरीशा सुरभि सौगन्ध्यवायुस्तं देशं दासयोजनं समन्तत्सुरभिं चकार.
His. In translation, because Lord Rishabhadeva remained in that condition, the public did not disturb him, but no bad aroma emanated from his stool and urine. Quite the contrary, his stool and urine were so aromatic that they filled 80 miles of the countryside with a pleasant fragrance.
Vasaha Purisha Surabhi Saugandha Vayu Sang Desham Dasajojanam Samantya Surabhing Chakar. So, here is incarnation of God, Rishabhdev. Now there are so many rascal incarnations. Is it possible to pass stool and make it Surabhi? Is it possible? So, you can ask these rascals incarnation that pass your stool here, let us see first of all. Then we shall accept it. Practical. We are fools and rascals. We want practical taste. So, Shastra Chokkhusha. This is the injunction. Shastra, here is Shastra. That the incarnation of God, even he passes through, it is fragrant. He can do it. That is God. And practically you can see that the cow dung, you can make a stack of cow dung here, it will never disturb you. You'd rather feel pleasure passing through that portion of field where cow dung is stacked, you'll never feel any disturbance because it is pure. Cow dung, we have discussed this point many times, where it is impure, that it makes pure. In Indian villages, still they use cow dung for smearing over the floor, and it becomes very nice, fresh, and purified. That is injunction of the Shastra, that cow dung is pure. So, if by the will of Krishna, by the arrangement of Krishna, even an animal's stool can become so purified, what to speak of Krishna's stool. That param bhava vajananta, they do not know it, what is transcendental body, aprakita, Satchidananda Vigraha, and what is the difference between this body and that body. Mudha, they do not know. Avajananti manam mudha, manasim tanumasita. Therefore, they consider that the Krishna's body and my body is the same. If he has become God, so I shall not become God. That is not possible. His body is transcendental. Your body is not transcendental. Your body is this rotten earth, water, fire, panchabhauti. You cannot compare. In this way, as it is stated in the Brahma Samhita, his body is completely different from our body. Angani jasya sakalendriya vittimanti. We sing every day in the morning. His body is so mad that he can do everything and anything by any part of the body. There are many instances. Just like generally we find a person is born from the joni. Therefore, we call Sarvajoni. But Mahavishnu or Garbhoda Sai Vishnu, he did not take any help from his wife to give birth to a son, Lord Brahma. He generated from his navel. This is called Angani Jasya Sakalendriya Vittimani. We have to see that. However, where is that in the stance ordinarily that a child is born from the navel? But he can do that. A child is born from female, that is from the yoni. But here is a living creature is born from the navel, and that is also Purusha. So these things are there. And Krishna, he exhibited, manifested his Virata Rupa. So he can do everything and anything because his body is not this body. Ishara Parama Krishna Satchidananda Vigraha. That is Satchidananda Vigraha. You cannot compare Krishna's body with our body. If you do that, then you must be a mudha, rascal. Don't do that. Krishna is always transcendent. Dibbam. Janma karmancha means dibbam. This is dibba. You should understand. Dujalati tattva. He is liberated person. Anyone who knows what is Krishna, immediately he becomes liberated. Janma karmancha means dibbam. Dujalati tattva. It is not so easy to understand Krishna in truth. It requires time. Not all of a sudden you can understand. But if you stick to devotion and service, Shivanmukhi jivhadu sayameva spurata. Then he reveals when you engage your tongue. It is also wonderful. To understand Krishna, you carry your tongue. Generally, we understand by seeing or by hearing. Hearing is there, but here it is recommended tongue especially. Why tongue is used? Because if you simply chant Hare Krishna by your tongue and taste Krishna prasadam, you will understand. Shivanmukhi jivhadu sameva spurata. If you make it a promise that I shall not talk anything except Krishna's message, and if you promise that I shall not take anything which is not offered to Krishna, these two things, this prasadam and chanting, will make you perfect to understand Krishna. In another place Krishna says, Maya saptamana prartha yogam junjanamadaasraya. This is yoga, bhakti yoga. How easy it is. There are so many yogas, but if you practice bhakti yoga, you become first class yogi. Yogi namapi sarvesam madhukatantara sadhyavan bhajati yovan samejuktitam. It is very easy, bhakti yoga. It is not at all difficult. You haven't got to strain your body as in other hatha yoga practice. You have to undergo hardship to sit in a particular posture, in a particular place. These things are stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Not that you become yogi in a fashionable city, as you'll find nowadays, yoga ashram, signboard in a fashionable house, and you show some gymnastics, you become a yogi and get some money. Not that. This is bhakti yoga, begins from jiva, exercise your jiva, tongue, and you become a perfect yogi. Maya saptamana prartha yogam janjan madasya aham sayam samagram. Samagram. Krishna, you understand fully, not partially. Not partially means not simply understanding impersonal Brahma, that is partial understanding. And then localize Paramatma, that is also partial understanding. But when you understand Krishna, the Supreme Person, that is full understanding. So you simply concentrate your mind unto the person of Krishna, Maya Saktamanat. Here is Krishna. We can see Krishna. If you simply concentrate our mind, meditation, Sabai Mana Krishna Padaravinda, Bachang Vaikuntha Gunadvan. This was the practice done by Ambarish Maharaj. So, Durvasa Muni, he was a great yogi, and he became very much envious that here is a person who is a grihastha and a kshatriya, he is not even a brahman, and he does not practice anything. He is always engaged in his royal activities, and this man is so famous as a great person, great devotee. So I will chastise him. I will show. See, he wanted to pick up some quarrel with Ambarish Maharaj, and on Dadashi day he approached there with 60,000 disciples. And he said, Maharaj, arrange for our prasadam. Yes, welcome. But his purpose was different, so he went to take bath in the Ganges and Jamuna, and then he came late. In the meantime, he had to observe Dadashi Paran with the advice of the Brahmanas. He took little water. The Brahmanas advised, Maharaj, water is food and no food. It has no, actually, food value. So your guest has not returned as yet. You can take little water and observe the completion of the Adarshi. So he did it. And Durvasa came very angry that I am your guest and you have taken food. That is not food, little water. So he wanted to chastise him. He created a big giant to kill the Maharaj. So immediately Krishna's promise is, Kontiya pratijanihi name bhakta pranasati. Immediately Sudarshan Chakra came and killed that demon immediately, and then he pursued Durvasa Muni. Durvasa Muni first of all approached Lord Shiva because he was devotee of Shiva. Please give me protection. He said, well, it is not possible for me. The Sudarshan Chakra is after you. Oh, I cannot do anything. Then similarly he approached Brahma. So he also said, no, this is not possible. Then he was so powerful that he approached Lord Vishnu personally in the Vaikuntha Loka. He refused to help. He said, the Bhartamani, unless you beg pardon from Ambarish Maharaj, there is no question of excusing. The Sudarshan Chakra will not excuse. Therefore, Vaishnava aparad is very, very offensive. You should be very careful. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has warned Vaishnava aparad, hati mata. Vaishnava aparad, offense at the feet of Vaishnava is exactly like mad elephant. If a mad elephant enters your garden, then it spoils everything. This has been Vaishnava aparad, hati mata. Mata means mad, and hati means elephant. So we should be very, very careful not to commit any offense at the feet of Vaishnava. Vaishnava does not take any offense. He does not care who is offended, but Krishna takes care. Krishna will never tolerate if a person is Vaishnava aparad. Mind that. Just like a big man, you can offend him, he doesn't mind. But if he does something harmful to his child, then he becomes very angry. Similarly, here also, Lord Vishnu, just see how much powerful was Durvasa Muni, that he could cross over the material universe and go to the Vaikuntha universe and see the Lord personally. How much powerful yogi he was. This you can. There is no such yogi, at least at the present moment. And he could see, but he was refused by Lord Vishnu, and he came back to Ambarish Maharaj, and Ambarish Maharaj was standing without taking any food, that this Brahmana came at my place somehow or other. Unnecessarily he became angry and he has left. So unless he comes back, I cannot take any food. So he took only 1 year. The modern scientists They are estimating that to go to the topmost planet of this universe, it will take 40,000 of years. That is their estimation. Now, the Bhasamani, by his yogic power, he not only crossed over this material space of the material universe, but he went to the other space, Parabhom, where he saw Lord Vishnu, and he came back within a year. That is yoga. One can reach even the sun planet by the beams. This is yoga practice. By touching the beams, you can go to the sun planet. There are so many wonderful things. So, Dubbashamani was a great yogi. He knew all these things. Still, he was defeated before a Vaishnava. He had to come and immediately fall down. Maharaj Ambarish, kindly excuse me, I have done offense. Maharaj Ambarish was so humble that you are in trouble, Brahmana. So whatever I have got, asset, whatever I have done, austerity, penance and bhakti, you take immediately and be excused. This is Vaishnava. You take all my asset. So there was very friendly. Then both of them took prasadam, and then the Bhasamani could understand what is the power of the vote. Jagalabdha chaparangala mannate nadhikam. So be very much careful to remain a spotless devotee, then all success is there. There is no doubt about it. There are so many instances. This is transcendental body. It has nothing to compare with the material body. Param bhavam ajananta. Krishna also says, janma karmancha midibham yujanati tat. So one has to know Krishna. But that tattata, in truth, to understand Krishna is very difficult job. Manusyanam sahasreshu kwaschid jatati siddhaya jatatam api siddhyanam kwaschid vetti mam tattva. Not to understand superficially, but to understand tattva. Then you are liberated immediately. Takta deham punarjanma naiti. One who has understood Krishna, tattata, he is immediately liberated person. He is fit for being transferred to the spiritual world. Takta deham punarjanma naiti. Punarjanma, one who does not understand Krishna, he will have to repeat birth after birth. Nivartanti mrityu samsara bhatmani. Unless you understand Krishna, haring vinana mritin taranti, you cannot escape death, birth, death, old age and disease. It is not possible. So, if you want actually your life successful, you must try to understand Krishna. That is Krishna consciousness movement. Then your life is successful. And to understand Krishna, no other method will help you. Krishna said, Bhaktivedanta Manor. Never said that I can be understood by yogic process or by karma, by jnana. The modern politicians, they stress on karma because they want to work hard like hogs and dogs. They think karma yoga. Of course, karma yoga is good, but karmis are muras. Those are simply working hard day and night for sense gratification. They are no better than the hogs and dogs. They are no good. But Karma yoga is different thing. Karma yoga means one who has got attachment for producing something, working something. So Krishna said that yes, you can do, but jat karosi, jat juhosi, jadasasi, jat tapassasi, purushottam, the result you must give to me. Anasritam karma phalam karjam karma karoti sa sannyasi. Anyone who does not take the result of his karma, then he is sannyasi. Suppose you are a businessman, you have earned 2 lakhs of rupees, but give it to Krishna. Anasrita karma phalam. Otherwise what you will do with these 2 lakhs of rupees? If you don't take it, will you throw it away? No, I said I throw it. It should be utilized for Krishna. So that the people are very much enthusiastic to earn money in this material world. We can see practically, especially in the Western world. But if they engage their profit for pushing on Krishna consciousness movement, then their money will no more be engaged in releasing atomic bomb. Otherwise, it will be used for releasing atomic bomb. I shall break your head and you shall break my head. With both of them, we shall finish. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. So I'm very happy to facilitate this discussion. I think it's wonderful that we listen to Prabhupada every Monday and we discuss together after. It's a very nice service. So we have 25 minutes. This lecture, like all Prabhupada's lectures, it was really rich and we could discuss for hours, but I selected 3 main points that I thought maybe we could focus on. And these are actually instructions from Prabhupada. So first, Prabhupada encourages us to use our tongue to understand Krishna. That's the first point. And the second point is never offend the Vaishnava. And then the third point is renounce the results from your karma. Renounce and do whatever you do, do it for Krishna. So yeah, I thought we might focus on that. And so the first point, use the tongue to understand Krishna. Actually, it's not so obvious at first. Prabhupada says usually we understand by seeing and hearing. And this is the scientific process, isn't it? Like if you want knowledge, then you just observe, and you read and things like this. But Prabhupada says it's really important to use the tongue. So who remembers, he gives 2 ways to use the tongue to understand Krishna. Would you like to? Yeah, chant and take prasad. Yeah, exactly. And who would like to explain how, in which way these 2 activities can help us understand Krishna? Do you have? Yeah.
they purify our senses?
Yeah. It's really because we are not able to understand Krishna with the material senses. We are affected by the three modes, so our vision is covered, isn't it? And we are covered by lust also. So usually we are envious of Krishna. So that's why we cannot understand him. So as you said, it's purifying us, and Prabhupada mentions chanting the holy name, but also actually glorifying Krishna. That's a bit different, isn't it? Like right now you are using the tongue to discuss Krishna, so Krishna Katha, and this is very pleasing to Krishna. Krishna is very, very pleased, and actually when we use our tongue. Also in the kirtan, so we feel joy, and this joy, it's Krishna. It's Krishna's energy, isn't it? The bliss, and Prabhupada. So the verse. So he uses the verse to illustrate the point that Krishna's body is transcendental, and he mentions the other word with the three words, Sachitananda, isn't it? So he is completely blissful all the time, and in the material world we are not always blissful, it's difficult. So when we use the tongue and together we chant and we discuss about Krishna, then we can experience a little bit of this bliss. So we understand Krishna through experience. It's more like an experience. It's not just reading books, and it cannot be an intellectual process. It has to be. We have to engage our heart, actually, isn't it? Yeah. Also in chanting, and Any other point of realization? Yeah, Purojana.
The other way is with the tongue is Harinam. It's for the good for others as well. In other words, that you're taking it to the public who wouldn't otherwise hear it, and certainly that's the Harinams that go out. It's doing good for them because they're trying to please Krishna with what they're with the way they sing, and that's one thing Prabhupada mentioned again too, that actually he was asked what was the best tune that they should sing in to attract people, and he says, you don't. What you do, you just chant for Krishna's pleasure, not for tunes and in entertaining people. He said that was the first point, but also to hear other people to hear the holy names. The Harinam is the thing. It's the motive behind it should be for Krishna's pleasure, and that we're singing for his pleasure, and that is to help others. Okay.
No, thank you so much for this point. Actually, it reminds me, I wanted to mention we can use our tongue. Okay, so among ourselves here, in the morning program, so we are among devotees, but what is very powerful is when you use the tongue to pass a message to those who are not devotees yet. And I wanted to mention actually when we some of you I've seen that you speak about Prabhupada when the guests are visiting the Prabhupada's rooms, and you speak about his life, and I've heard some of you do that, and with so much eloquence and enthusiasm, and I think I don't know what you feel, but Krishna is so pleased when we do this, because we are glorifying a devotee of Krishna. So it's even more pleasing to him. And there was last week there was one morning lecture that Prabhu mentioned that Srimati Radharani, she is very pleased when we bring somebody towards Krishna. And so I don't know what you think, but it's after when we use the tongue in such a way, I think we feel a joy inside us, and that's how I think Krishna is reciprocating, isn't it? So I wanted to mention a story. I think Sankirtan Priya Prabhu, you were here. There was a lady. There were two ladies actually, and I think they were from a wedding. They were guests on a wedding, and they looked at Prabhupada's deity and they said, "Who is that?" Like a bit like this. And then I think you said you don't remember. It was in March, I think, or April. And then you said, "Oh, it's our guru." And then she was walking away, and I felt like mentioning something more. So I said like, "Oh, we owe him everything." Like I started to explain what he did for us, and it's really powerful to use the tongue. So it's not enough to just hear, because when you hear, it's like, you hear actively, but when you use the tongue, actually you're passing the message to others, and it's purifying you as well. Okay. Anything else about this tongue? No? Okay. So then the second point is never offend the Vaishnava. So Prabhupada speaks about the example of Durvasha Muni. And does anybody know these 6 ways of offending a Vaishnava? There are 6 ways. You don't know. Okay, so I can say. So the first is Shri Radha Gokulananda ki jai, Taram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai. So the first one, I'm not sure where this is from. Sorry, it was. If you Google it, you will find 6 ways to offend Vaishnava. But the first one is obviously to kill the Vaishnava. The second one is to blaspheme, so to criticize. The third one is to be envious of him. And the fourth one is to be angry at him. And the fifth one is to not pay respect to him. And the sixth one is to not feel happy when we see him. Yeah, and this 6th one is, when I first heard it, I was like, oh wow, yeah, this is really deep. It's really true, actually. Even when we're just annoyed by a devotee, that's internally, we don't do anything externally, but, even this feeling inside is actually offensive. And so Durvasha Muni, how did he offend Ambarish Maharaj? Does anybody want to say? In which way did he offend him? He offended him in many ways, actually, because he tried to kill him. He was envious of him. He was angry. Everything, yeah. Actually, all the ways. He's a great example of Vaishnava Apara. And then, so Prabhupada is really insisting. It's really important to avoid offending. And why is it important? Does anybody want? Yeah.
Prabhupada gave an example of a mad elephant offense. Yeah. It's just like when a mad elephant goes into a garden, it destroys all the plants. So just like that, it destroys the plants of bhakti within our hearts.
Yeah, exactly. It's and Krishna will be he cannot actually. If you offend a Vaishnava, there is a way that Krishna can forgive you, but there's only one way. Which way is it?
So you'd have to get the forgiveness from the devotee you offend.
Exactly.
Krishna insists.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why the Rasha Muni, so he goes to the various demigods and he goes to Vishnu and he says, no, the only way you have to ask for forgiveness. And and the other reason is also that if we offend devotees, we cannot receive their mercy. We cannot be receptive to their mercy. We can only come to Krishna through the mercy of devotees. So if you offend a devotee, you're cutting your legs, basically. And then and so the third. Oh, anything more about offending devotees? You want to say? No. Oh.
It's very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
try and avoid it. We must.
Yeah, and it really matters to us also, because as I said, like it's very easy to be annoyed at someone because the mind, it's like envious, and we get annoyed by people without any reason, right? And when we get annoyed, or when we judge somebody, when we criticize, we are only seeing the body of the person. So then it means that we also identify with our body. Yeah. So then that's why it's like, actually it's a really good training to try to see the good things about others, like the soul, and then it's really good for us also, like we can gradually like identify with our soul. Yeah.
Can I make a point
on
that? So it's sometimes we have to give a little leeway, because when someone hurts you, you might not have it in you to let it go straight away. And I think Krishna understands that. You see what I mean? So, but don't allow it to dwell. You have to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
So when you see him, if you see him the first time after the offense, you might think, "Oh man, this Prabhu, I don't really not turn another way." But no, that thing in you, it will come up, and every time it comes up, you have to find a way to deal with it. But you can't just let it sit there, because So they maybe a little bit of time is necessary to overcome, but you must be conscious. One has to be conscious that it's there, and they're willing to deal with it, and I think that's when the mercy comes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It's bringing to the third point, because Prabhupada said, "Don't take the result of your karma." So the karma can be both. So it can be good or bad karma. So if it's good karma, so let's say you're somehow you are able to make a lot of money, or you are intelligent, or you have talents, anything. Renouncing means that you use it for Krishna, and you don't, identify, like you don't take the credit for yourself. Like it's not like, oh, it's me. You don't compare yourself with others. So we should use our talents for Krishna's service, but we shouldn't identify and kind of enjoy our talent separately from Krishna. So that's like one way to renounce. And the other one, like, how do you renounce this bad karma? Like, so what's your attitude towards the bad karma? So let's say, so you mentioned somebody offends you. It can be related to some past karma from you, or maybe not. But anyway, something really bad happens to you, and how do you react to this? This is really important. So for example, if somebody offends us and we fight back and we react to this, then we are we are entangled more in this bad karma, isn't it? When you react to it, yeah.
But I think the point can be made also, because when someone does something, an action against us, is it always, because we might see it as an offense, but it might not be. We might just be hurt by it, but it might not necessarily be an offense. So so we can walk away angrily thinking that person offends me, but it's just maybe it's our perception. We think we feel offended, but it may not be an offense. that
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
need to
exactly.
be
Yeah, exactly. If
discussed
somebody
well.
even gives us some advice or something, if we are identifying with our body and we are identifying, we have pride and stuff, then anything that somebody tells us, we will interpret it as criticism, and yeah, this is increasing our entanglement in the material nature. So, and how did Ambarish Maharaj react to this offense from Durvasha Muni? Oh, sorry. Yeah, yes, Mataji.
Thank you for this really nice discussion about Vaishnava Prad. It's so important for our spiritual life. And as Prabhu also said, that one should be very forgiving and very tolerant. And remember this verse. Srila Prabhupada said after the Mahamantra, we should remember 10:14:8. Tattenu kampam susamikshamano bunjana evatma kritam vipakkam ridvag vaburbhir vidadan namaste jiveta yo mukti pade sadhayabak. My dear Lord, one who earnestly awaits your causeless mercy, patiently suffering the reactions to all his past misdeeds, offering you obeisances with his heart, words, and body, is surely eligible for liberation, for it has become his rightful claim. And there's a very beautiful purport where Srila Prabhupada says, just as the son of a rich man has to simply remain alive to inherit the kingdom of God, one who patiently suffers through all these reactions, get purified and be eligible to go back home. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, so you said so nicely. It's if something bad happens to us, we accept it and we try to tolerate. Then our karma is actually cleared. Let's say. So if we react, then we get even more. But if then it's cleared. Yeah, and. So yeah, in the end of his class, Prabhupada mentions the word sannyasi. So it means you don't take the result of your karma. Yeah, and also I just thought I would mention so even suffering in the material world, it can actually also bring us closer to Krishna, because then we develop a prayerful attitude. Like when we chant, also we are able to really pray sincerely. Yes.
Thank you for your discussion. It's very, very informative. Slight tangent, if everyone knows minds. I think, my question is, how do we define a Vaishnava? So we're discussing not to offend a Vaishnava. I think sometimes also internally we may be justifying offending others, and then saying, "Oh, that person's not a proper Vaishnava. I'm better," or something like that. So and also I think wearing like Vaishnava attire, or what we use in ISKCON, is a good indicator. But also there may be a devotee who's at that moment maybe not wearing it, and they walk through the temple, then we might think, who's this person, or we may offend them. Or someone might be wearing Vaishnava attire, but not being a good Vaishnava, or not a Vaishnava at all. So I thought I'd open that. How do we stay safe, not to offend someone? I guess one safe thing to do is to assume, not to pass judgment, and assume everyone is a Vaishnava. Who's around. So I don't know what you could add to that, or anyone else.
Yeah, thank you. That's really an excellent point, actually. Of course, if we offend a Vaishnava, then Krishna, then it's more serious, because Vaishnava is very dear to Krishna. But actually, all the living entities are I mean, Krishna is neutral to all the living entities, but still, the living entities are all part of Krishna, part and parcel of Krishna. So even the animals also, you know. So of course that's why we don't kill animals. And actually, I was mentioning like the fact that when we offend someone, even just being a little bit annoyed, like for example, if someone comes in and as you said, I think you mentioned like not dressed properly or something. Then this anger and things like this, unless we get rid of this anger and this attitude, we will not come to Krishna, because this is still this anarthas, you know. And so of course, it matters really how we act with anybody, for sure. Yes.
For the definition of Vaishnava, Lord Chaitanya is so liberal. He says anyone who says the name Krishna is a Vaishnava. So how can we offend anyone? That's one. And the second point, which you beautifully made, that every living soul is part and parcel of Krishna. And so even in the Christian tradition, there's a beautiful song, whatsoever you do unto the least of my brothers, that you do unto me. So Krishna is saying over there that even if you hurt any ant, it's a direct hurt to me, because that ant is my child. And in Bhagavad Gita also there's description where the Lord does not tolerate even an ant being killed. And of course there are so many beautiful stories of Srila Prabhupada showing such mercy to a butterfly, to a worm, to a little sprout, saying the living soul. You know that beautiful story of Narayan Rishi and the ant? Do you know that story?
No, I'm not.
Would you like to hear?
Yes.
Maybe after some time. Maybe after some more questions. I don't want to grab the mic and hold it forever.
Anybody else has something to mention? Yes.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much. I think we should not be so paranoid with all this. We are just conditioned souls. Look at Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam is full of exalted personality who do heinous offenses against anyone. Look at Durvasa Muni. He's in Krishna's pastimes. All there is indication there is another Durvasa Muni who meditates on Krishna Vrindavan, who is part of his pastimes. This one is kind of like Yogi, but doesn't make the example there. So it's just so conditioned that you cannot. I just think, this Durvasa Muni, Prabhupada gives the example. Somebody may think easily, well, I'm better than that Durvasa Muni. I wouldn't do this. If Krishna forgave him, he may forgive me. So far you endeavor and you understand your failures. Otherwise, I got paranoid and totally stuck by all these offenses. I make it daily, every moment. So there's a bright side also.
Yeah, of course. No, thank you. No, actually, it's very easy to offend somebody. Yeah. So of course, maybe I'm offending someone probably every day, but actually, it's important to be aware, and then apologizing to the person after. It really helps me. So then I offend less and less, And also, but your point, I really like your point, because last week, I think it was Vrindavani Mataji, she said, these anarthas, we shouldn't focus, we shouldn't dwell on them, we shouldn't focus too much on them, we should just trust the process of bhakti and just continue chanting and... for sure, it doesn't help to be
even
paranoid.
Even this verse which Mataji just spoke is just our hope,
Yeah.
I know I'm full of faults, I'm full of it, but they say in America. I'm full of it. But somehow there's a hope that this will stop at some point.
Okay, I think it's... Does anybody... Well, yes?
It's just a comment on that point that Trinaprabhu said. I think you kind of mentioned it, but for me, the understanding of that pastime is not how, he's a great sage and he caused offenses, so obviously we're as conditioned souls also going to cause the offense, but it's how he reacted after that and went and begged for forgiveness from the Vaishnava. So I think the most important thing is yes, we're going to make offenses, but it's what do we do afterwards to correct
Exactly.
that?
Yeah.
And that's where the real humility and Vaishnav character comes in. If you're able to go to someone and pay obeisances to them and say, like, sorry. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thanks so much. Thank you. Govinda.
Just a quick story. Once I was on Harinam and someone was out of line, they were talking wrong, and I just had this thought. I said, this person's just so annoying, it's hard for me to like this person. And just at that moment, he saw a £1 coin on the ground, he picked it up and he turned around and gave it to me, he said, use this for Harinam. And I just suddenly felt, oh, that's Krishna was like showing me that I'm not judging this person properly, you know. So.
Yeah, yes, that's so. It happens to me all the time. Yeah, it's really, yeah, it's true. Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? No? Yes.
Truly learned with the eyes of divine knowledge sees the equal vision, Brahmin, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog eater. So that truly Vaishnava, we will be seeing everyone actually in equal vision. You know, where Uttama Adhikari we're talking about, we are still not there, but that's where we need to get to.
Yeah, thank you for quoting. It's really nice. Anything else? Okay, then. Yes.
There's this one, even if there's spotlights on the moon.
In the moon?
You know, there's, what is it, spots? Yeah, spots on the moon. Even though there might be some material faults in a devotee, we should overlook that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon is still shining even there's so many spots.
Yeah,
So
there was also this very nice analogy, Avi, you mentioned yesterday that there is this, I don't remember, the stone or the gem which is still dusty, and the process of bhakti is meant to polish this gem. Also, Govinda Prabhu, you mentioned in your class, I think a few weeks ago, it was each devotee is a rosebud, like a flower, and it's meant to flourish. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Mataji.
I think personally speaking, one should have this. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
So one should definitely not give cause for offense. Try as much as possible to be careful. But if somebody is being offensive, one should not take offense. So both the things, we should be very careful not to make offenses, but at the same time, if somebody is not being so okay, we should develop some patience and tolerance that this poor person is just suffering with the modes of material nature. Tomorrow it could be me who is in that situation. So developing compassion and tolerance that is helpful for us not to take offense. So both the things go hand in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And being, because it happened to me also to judge the person who is offending. Like, so it's, offending somebody who is offending. This is also, not helpful. So absolutely, like being compassionate, even for somebody who is offending. Yeah. Thank you.
Extended the session, haven't we?
I have time. I have time. I'm fine.
The thing is, just share with you quickly how I overcome offenses, what I conceive to be perceived to be offenses. So, if a devotee offends me, because sometimes it can really, my goodness, you feel so hurt. And you think, what's this do? You know what I mean? You feel so defensive as well, like you want to take some kind of action. And then, but I'm thinking, I keep coming back to this point. I mean, he chants, so he's perfect.
Yeah.
That's how I deal with it. What did he do to come to the point to chant the holy name of the Lord? And by that, I'm thinking, well, because he's chanting, he's perfect. That's my way of seeing it. And and dealing with it.
Yeah.
If he chants, he's perfect. Maybe not now, but he will be perfected.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, that's true.
A point of application. If someone's having difficulty, all the points are valid, but you may, because of your own adhikar, have to keep a certain distance from a certain person, but still wish well for them.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Which is so that you can actually purify yourself rather than get
Mm.
entangled and lower your consciousness by interacting with someone that's somehow difficult with you.
Of course.
But at the same time, not judge them, but you have to discriminate at the same time.
Yeah.
So there's sometimes an emphasis on the point of forgiving and all those things, but sometimes if you haven't got enough adhikar, if you're at close quarters with someone that's always difficult, you can end up not being able to maintain that consciousness. So sometimes to keep a proper distance so that you can function in a respectful way with others.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, in the next hour of devotion, it's mentioned that if you see somebody, if you hear somebody offending, or if somebody is offending you, you should walk away. Actually, immediately. You know you know which point I'm mentioning. You should walk away. Yeah.
Ultimately, I think he said, at one point he said you could kill yourself.
Yeah, exactly. So there are three ways. Like either you can defeat by argument, defeat the person, or you have to kill yourself. Or if you can't do that, then you have to walk away. Yeah, exactly. Govinda Prabhu.
There's a very interesting shloka which says, "It is good when envious people offend Vaishnavas, because by doing so, the dust of the Vaishnav's feet, they destroy the person's power." So there's a sense in which we're happy when envious people do offenses because their power gets taken away. And there's a verse, it's in the Bhagavatam, just a different angle.
Or like their power is taken away because they reveal themselves or something.
They have offended. The dust of the feet of the Vaishnava doesn't forgive, so they lose their power. And we're happy when envious people lose their power. We don't want demonic people to be powerful. So there is an advantage. It's an unusual verse. It's got a different angle, so just thought I'd share it.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yes.
Okay. I really like the point Prabhu said about keeping distance. If repeatedly one is getting, subjected to something that's detrimental for our spiritual life, that's actually amounting to abuse, that's violence. And so we don't want to keep getting into that situation where our spiritual life will be harmed, or where our physical, mental, emotional health will be compromised. So one has to observe the situation, make discrimination, maybe take advice of authorities, and actually distance oneself in toxic, abusive relationships. That's a very significant point, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mataji. Thank you so much.
That's a nice point, Prabhu. I'm relaxed. That's a nice point, Prabhu. But it could be closer to home than sometimes from a distance. You don't have much interaction with the person, and maybe once or twice or 3 times a week, you just can see the person from a distance. Maybe working, maybe in the same room, but sooner or later you'll part again. It's kind of different when you have to maybe live with someone.
Yeah,
like
person.
sometimes devotees share, and you have to live with someone. It gets more tricky. It gets more difficult then. That's when you have to work on yourself there. And the other thing, you may have to work in the same office 5 days a week, and you have to interact. There's no avoidance. So then it gets a little bit.
Of course.
You have to dig deeper.
Yes.
So there's two points to that. The first one is if you're in a close physical, it doesn't mean that you reveal the content of your heart to them. Yes. Or the point is that if you're close, reveal the whole of your person. Someone that you can reveal. You have a more formal relationship with that person, which is allowing the interaction to go on. And the other, if you're constantly working with someone and you've got authority above you, then it's actually advised to go to that authority to resolve something so that it'll be for the betterment of both people. So the practical things that can be done, rather than just being in a situation that's as much as yourselves is toxic. You know? There are things that we can use to resolve situations if we're trained to. That's some comments.
When I say work on yourself, it's like in a close proximity.
1 minute. So working on yourself to be able to do that as well.
But I think the key here is when you're working in that close proximity with the person, is that you can't show them ill feel. You know what I mean? You can't. It's like you welcome an enemy into your home. You can't. There should be no threat or danger to themselves. They shouldn't sense that from you, or perceive anything from you, and that's when it becomes challenging. Because you two people have some kind of animosity in the same room, and the atmosphere can be thick. Why? Because nobody is giving way. So if you've been offended and someone's around you and you have to interact with them, then you have to work on yourself to make sure you don't allow them to perceive that you're angry with them and that they have this animosity or envy. You know, so that's when you have to you have to go deep. You have to find a solution so you can resolve the situation quickly and you don't foster a kind of poisonous atmosphere.
Yeah. Also, I mean, something we can do is.
I think I'm finished now.
Yeah.
It's about time.
Yeah, we just pray for this person. Pray that we can also develop compassion for the person and genuinely want good for the person. And you know, when we pray little by little, we see that there is change really. I mean, it also happened to me. It's that I started to look at the person differently, and then naturally the relationship changes. Like the person stopped aggressing me, you know. So Krishna is anything can happen thanks to Krishna. So it's.
Deeper perspective, the fact that there's some difficulty coming to us, we must have done something in this life or a previous life. So we can introspect that. If I can't change the situation, it's still happening to me. That means the Lord wants me to tolerate some of my misdemeanors from the past. So to cultivate that mood will help us to become a bit more peaceful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that.
Thank you. So, shall we go take prasad? Thank you so much for rich discussion. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.